Alrighty, welcome to the stream. This is the At the Ends of Eras game development stream. I am the At the Ends of Eras, and you are at me. But okay. This is gonna be the best stream ever, because it's the first time in, 3 years that I've had, food with me. I never thought that maybe I'm getting hungry while streaming because I don't eat. So I made a spread of food today. Because I always remember that stream as, a particularly good one. Well, maybe just for me, because I was eating. And had a bunch of nice snacks and fruit and chocolate and things like that. So I've done it today. I'm reliving my glory days as a streamer back in 2022. How things have changed and how they've stayed the same. Because the game still isn't fucking done, isn't that right, Raziah? Right now, I've talked about it before. I've gotten so used to inverted y-axis that now it feels weird. But this game does not have... Actually, does this game have controls set up? There we go. All is right in the world. Okay, Raziah, sit on this thing. No, it's not. Raziah, the door is not open. Hang on. Why does Raziah say the door is open? So I guess let's just get into it. Oh yeah, I was gonna watch the circus movie. Or no, sorcerer movie. Because I saw it on VFX Artists React and it looked good. Okay, what we need though is this. Also, I think I know why my throat sometimes catches. It's because if I drink tea with milk, it gives me milk voice, but only in I don't know, all localized in the span of 1 second where I just can't talk because my throat is so gummed up. But okay. What was I even gonna do? I was gonna talk to Raziah. Alright, so major quests. So, she said, now that the door is open, let's go. Okay, so this should be open. Okay, also, was I muted there? I always press the mute button and then look over at my OBS, so I always feel like I've been muted the entire time. Oh wait, hi, welcome back. Yep. Yeah, all of that other stuff was pre-production. But okay, so I think it is something to do with what I... Okay. I think I know what the issue is. This is not correct anymore. Because... There's some issue here. Okay, I see. We need to set on... Okay, I know exactly what I need. If persistent and this, do that. Elif on. And then we set on here. Okay. Because it's off by default. And so my bug was it was turning off twice. Alright. And actually, despite starting the stream 5 minutes ago, 7 minutes ago, I need to use the bathroom. I was actually doing a grocery store run, so I haven't had time yet to use the bathroom. Okay, I'll be back in a second. Okay, now I'm back. Alright. Where was I? I was at this. So this is now set up correctly. Yeah, look at that. Amazing. Hang on, I wanna... Okay. Raziah, you're supposed... Oh, wait, no, okay. She doesn't move to the medium yet. Okay. So now what I want is... For this quest, what was our next steps for this quest? I guess to make it so Raziah actually pulls out this thing and then turns off the lights. I hope I still have that in here. It should be under quest. Raziah, opulent medium. Okay, new demo. Where's our basic? Most basic. Okay. Enter the ruins. She sits down in the chair. Press some switch to let her through. Both go through, find the time gun. Do I have the... I do have the time gun, actually. And poor Raziah can't keep up with me. Okay, so that means that now I need the ability to get Raziah to remove the capacitor. And I think that means I need a few things. I need the ability for NPCs to do something once they reach a point of interest, and that'll be deactivating this. Let's go to my to-do list. Okay, so the basics, NPC controls depend... So we'll need that soon. Basically, approach, or no, activate. Remove capacitor from thing. And actually that means that Raziah needs the ability to navigate to the point of interest from quite far away. Because I actually want Raziah to be leading the player. So what does that exactly mean? I guess she would be going to... Go to certain checkpoints once the player's entered a zone. Zone beyond. Continue following. Alternate based on quest. Okay, so basically what I need is... As I was saying, or as I was talking about last week, I need the ability for a quest to control all of the character movement. Because right now what I want is, you know, once we've, like, opened this door... Because, yeah, right now, admittedly, the... Okay, so I think, actually, we don't even need point of interests. Well, this should not be a point of interest. It should be a quest thing. Of basically, like, once you've accepted the quest from Raziah, she goes down into here, and, like, stays here. Until the medium's activated. Hang on, there's a dog barking outside. I shot the dog. Okay. But yeah, so... How do I want the quest to work? See, I think they should ask my permission before walking their dog. Because what if I'm doing something important? But okay. Cats are more polite citizens. It's also crazy how weird, like my mouse is flashing colors. And it's just not even picking up on OBS. It's just flashing white like once every second. My computer is on its last legs, I fear. But oh well. What I need is probably that. And I'm going to start moving stuff wherever it should be. What the heck is this? What is this? Oh, right. This is the whole zone. Okay. Okay, I think all that's fine. But okay. My problem is, what I want is a script for Raziah. And basically it'd be like, let's say like quest. Opulent medium. I think it's still annoying to set up a desktop. Because, like, the example that I've used is, oh, hang on. Okay. Oh, wait, okay, I see. Is if I want to put something on the desktop on Windows, I literally just drag it, and it's on the desktop. If you want something on the desktop on Linux, typically you need to make, like, a .desktop file, and those are so complicated to make that there's, like, you can, like, install an extra tool to validate your .desktop file. I typically use a script to automatically, like, get the correct path of the executable in the file, or, like, in the icon and things like that, and it typically doesn't work anyway. So it's like, until there's, or I guess there's just a lot of very basic usability functions that people expect on a desktop that Linux just doesn't provide without, like, you doing all of the programming, basically. So it's still... Yep. And I feel like they could just have, like, a distro could just make it so you can right-click and create a desktop file. Because, like, they're not that complicated to make automatically, but they are complicated to write by hand. And yeah, and still things like, well, I guess installing software isn't as bad anymore. But yeah. So, Rousey wants my help exploring, let's say, phases. So there'd be, like, a first phase of, like, we need to get inside ruins, and this would be, let's say, I shouldn't think about this syntax too much, but basically game get stat opulent medium. I think visited. So I want the opulent medium colon medium. Yeah, it gets, and especially for any sort of specialty software. Because ironically, software development is kind of the opposite, where most things support Linux natively, and Windows is the afterthought. But yeah, a lot of other specialty software, it's going to be Windows only, basically. So if it doesn't work on Wine, then you just have to have Windows anyway. Let's see, so Raziah wants my help exploring the ruins to find the opulent medium. Basically what I'm thinking is, like, this is the stat that completes this phase, and then we would need, like, we found the medium. Raziah wants to go deeper. I know. Let's say, like, Raziah has something to say about the medium, or seems to be looking for something. So yeah, I'm basically trying to think of this as like a more traditional game where there's like a to-do list of things. And so like now we have, this is our quest, our description of it. And then like, this is our first task. We need to get into the ruins to see the opulent medium. And once we've been in there, we need to talk to Raziah. And then we do game get stat open. Say that. So that should be here. Well, I think it should be open / opulent medium. Well, I don't know. I don't need to split hairs on that yet. Okay, we found the medium. Raziah thinks, or I need to, let's say, we should open, let's say there's something behind the machine. When it's activated. So one of us should sit here. Or let's say we should... What should I say? Raziah wants me to open it. Or Raziah wants me to activate it while she sits. And actually, I want an alternate... I'll think about that later. Basically, this isn't going to be the actual syntax that I use, but this is going to be... I do want something like this. When she... to investigate it. Okay, let's say that. And then what we need is game get stats So I guess our next phase is just gonna be, let's say Raziah time gun. Or disgust time gun. So we need to, or now we can keep the machine propped open. And go even deeper. Let's say Raziah wants to go deeper. What's she looking for? Okay, game, get stats, Raziah, no, let's say, what's her power thing? This'll be, opulent. Man, I need to use the bathroom again. What is wrong with my stomach? Hang on. I'll be back in a second. This was supposed to be the best stream ever. I'm taking this personally now. I'm pretty sure it's psychological, or there's some sort of psychological element to the fact that I use the bathroom so frequently. Because in coding streams, I noticed that it was like an 8.5 hour stream where I didn't use the bathroom a single time, I'm pretty sure. Or like once in the entire time. I think it's like anytime there's a lull, it's like my body's like, yeah, time to use the bathroom now. You're not focused on anything. Exactly. Hmm. Yeah, basically anytime I'm not entirely sure what to do, I think. But okay, so let's say once we get this, we're gonna do like Raziah. Let's say just how does this thing work again? Hmm. So if capacitor stat, set capacitor stat 1. Okay, I see. So this here, I'm going to call this opulent capacitor. And this should lock on removal. So that means that now we have this. Actually, I'm going to call this capacitor opulent. So if we have that, Raziah took the capacitor. Hmm. So I think now what I want is... So we need some sort of localized goal of, like, getting out of here. Hmm. I think I know how I'm gonna do that. Basically, let's have the, well, actually, we can just have the underside of this have a whole thing. So we're just gonna do, you know, we have opulent medium here, which has a collision shape of this. And I'm just gonna do opulent medium underground. Let's say the power's out. We need to leave. And then let's say game get stat Raziah discussed opulent medium complete. Does Raziah know what happened? Okay. So for each of these, I'm also going to have some effects. So it'd be like Raziah follow player. Raziah seems to be looking for something. So basically, yeah, we have a condition. Then we have our description. Then we have the effect of that. And basically it goes until it finds the first one that fails. So like if we haven't been into the opulent medium, we need to do this still. Well, actually, hang on. I'll need some more advanced stuff here. But I'll think about that. Because, yeah, this would mean that, like, if we've managed to, like, do this, for example, already. I have a better idea. For now, I'm just going to create a new node. Well, no. What am I going to do? Don't I have a quest system already? I have this. Yeah, and this is currently not quite what it needs to be. Yeah, because there's all this stuff that's now irrelevant. Okay, so I'm just going to try creating a new script. And this is going to be, test, let's say opulent quest. So, for testing. Extends object. So we're going to have basically a list of stages. And this will have like description, string, and then it should have, I'm going to say function is active. Or no, let's say is complete. Function on start. And let's actually have like a function is started. So basically every stage will have its description, which actually it should also be a... We might need to have the description be something dynamic based on the, like, whatever I do. Actually, we don't need this to be underscores. Okay, so every quest would then have an array of stages, and I think what we could do is eventually I can have stages that have multiple, like, alternative options and things like that. But for now, what it's going to be is just var stages array stage and var id string var description string actually this should also be a resource, I think. I guess that makes sense. So yeah, I'm gonna call this a, like, let's call it a new, or let's call it, yeah, Neo Quest. That seems good. And then we need, like, the active stage, I think. And I think we'd actually need, like, function... I don't need that. var active, yeah, so let's rename this NeoQuest. Let's see, trying to think if there's anything that I want to do to like make the quests graceful to use, or basically like not a huge pain in the ass to design this. Because right now the design of this, because every single stage will need to be a unique I know what to do. Return string. Return bool. Return or void. Okay, so now what I can do is I can make that a little bit easier. Okay, let's make the quest now. Create new... Let's do folder, opulent, medium. Create new script, quest. Extends Neo quest. So I'm gonna do like init b callable start completed callable start. Okay. And we only need this, so we only need is started if we have an onStart function. Because, how do I want to do that? I guess I don't need to do that. Or basically, this is only used... Basically, this one can be null. And actually, this one can also be null. What? I can't do a... Huh? Can we do a callable, like, void? Let's just say, like, void then. Okay. Now we can just get a no-op. And that should be fine. Okay, so our stages here would be like new. So we need started. No, we don't need started and completed. Wait, what is happening here? Huh? Why is this the one that... Whatever. Godot's gonna crash. I can smell it. Okay. I'm glad it didn't. But now basically what I can do is I can start implementing this stuff. So let's just get in like Neo quests no op. Cannot pass value of string as type callable. Oh, I see. So, well, I want this. Oh, wait. Okay, hang on. This can be. Hmm. All right. I think I know what I want. Function init. I think actually I want this to be, instead of doing it like this, I'm going to do function with description. No. I'm just going to have exactly the same things here, except for if this is a string instead of a... Oh, wait, no, we can't do that. It's dynamically typed. So let's just do if D is callable, else equals function turn D. Okay. So yeah, for now, all of them are just going to be like this, where there's no function. In fact, can I just do like one? So how many stages do we even have here? So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, Raziah seems to be looking for something. There's something behind the machine when it's activated? Thank you, Godot. There's something behind the machine. We can see it when it's activated. Or let's say... Raziah wants me to investigate, while she keeps the mechanism open. Hang on. There we are. Power's out. We need to leave. I should probably always use double quotes for strings. I keep going back and forth between single quotes and double quotes. Okay, does Raziah know what happened? And that should be, then I guess the final quest would be... What would our completion description be? Raziah. I help exploring the opulent medium. Wait. Okay. Now let's get this as well. We also need an active zone. I'm going to call that like a... Let's have each quest can have required zones, or like var... So by default, that can be nothing. So this will be opulent medium. And I don't think we need this right now. But okay. Oh, and the ID equals opulent medium. Oh, and also return this. Okay. So does this work? No. We need that. Looking for something. Okay, so save load, get stat, Raziah door. And actually, we don't even need this. I forgot that that's there. See, for almost all of these, maybe I should have it so that it just has a stat rather than a function. Is there going to be any instance where I don't need that? Because that would make my life simpler for this. I'm just, yeah, you know what? I'm just going to say string. So completion is a string. So start still needs to be a function. So yeah, we're going to say string. So start stat string end stat string. Oh wait, no. Completion stat. Yeah, and on start will still be what it is. Okay, so that means that now these can be dramatically simplified. Oh wait, hang on. What am I looking for? So now we can keep the machine propped open. Wait. There's something behind the machine. Okay, here's... Okay, I got swept around. And yeah, does Raziah know what happened? Okay. So yeah, that makes that easier to read. And that does mean we can almost, well, we still need this to be a fancy thing. So we can have, let's also have a var. What do I want here? Function move Raziah. World path pass, and then function Raziah follow pass. Okay. So what I'm going to be doing with this is basically when we have NPCs here, let's say this is like a opulent or like chair. Okay, we don't need that anymore. So yeah, let's say like Raziah follow. So yeah. Now what we can do, Raziah follow here, Raziah move, bind, what would we do here? Let's say that. Well, let's say Raziah. I'm realizing one of the downsides of having food with me here is that I typically don't, like, eat while streaming. Okay, I realize what I want to do here is, I need the NPC Manager to be able to globally... So, like, when we do this, what I want is NPC Manager dot move Raziah world path. And we do something like that here. NPC Manager dot move Raziah... Or no. Say follow node. So yeah, here's what I was talking about where the quest should handle the movement. So now, if we have this movement function, Raziah will not even be following the player at all, instead of having a temporary override. So the way that I would do that is, let's go to the NPC. So when we follow... So we do a nav follow player. What does navigation do that we aren't doing? Okay, I see what I want to do. So let's first have following an NPC do something. Oh, we don't even have follow player in here. Yeah, this function doesn't exist. Hmm. Okay. So what we're going to do is we're going to have functions. So functions to externally control. Let's have this as serialization. Externally controlling NPCs. Move NPC ID to path, world path. Actually, that means that we kind of need this to not be, I know what to do. Enum mode. Because we can have a follow or a destination. And that means what we have here is actually a status. NPC status. Actually, that means we can just have a class status. Because, yeah, now we have the node 3D and everything. So it's going to be var node, node 3D, var target, world path, var status, mode. Okay. So that means this now needs to be, let's do like a function init. And actually we can have like idle as well. So if it's not doing anything in particular. Init node. We'll just do node equals, the node. Okay. Okay, so now we can do a little bit more here. So active NPCs equals status new this. If NPC not in active NPCs, else return. So let's do let's say ID here. Let NPC or var NPC equals active NPC's ID. And then we return NPC status equals mode dot follow and NPC target. Oh, wait, no. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. And so yeah, we do the same thing here. So yeah, if there's no ID, we will do I know what to do. And ID dot or sees ID dot node. There we are. Okay. Okay. Now basically we can configure an NPC separately from their spawning. Okay. That seems good. And actually we don't even really need this because we can just use the ID here. Well, no. Okay, so followers isn't here, so when we follow, now what we need to do is we're going to do active NPCs ID dot follow ID or no, world path. Let's call it that, because what we're going to have here is function follow path world path. And the reason for that is that now we can do this. How do I want to handle NPCs that don't exist? I think... Do we need the scene file path at all? Do we ever use this? I think I currently only use this for serialization. Yeah, I think we don't need that because we're going to have the NPC... No. We do need that. Okay, so scene file path if status... So this is going to be an S status. So ID string. That means we don't even need this. We can just do active. So active NPCs dot map or dot values map. That even means, honestly, this is probably... Well, no, that's fine. Okay, so we get a status here. Else... Let's do that. Alright, no. S.NPC. Okay. S.NPC if S.NPC else form Okay. So now what we can do is this is now going to be stats. And it's going to be active NPCs is stats. Eventually we'll need to have like the target do all of its stuff, but this is a good start here. Okay, so what's our first issue? NPC... Oh, right. First of all, this is that. Okay. So if active NPCs in D, this is going to be active NPCs. So let's do if... Oh, wait, no. We also need a mode here. Let's do that. And this means that we actually need to bump our game version up to 48 because now the saves are incompatible. So yeah, eventually this spawning will be different, but basically I think it's going to be if state.status equals mode.follow. We'll do all of this stuff. In fact, we can also do if okay, that's fine there. Let's actually have the state, or let's have the ID here. ID string that. So that way we can do ID at path. Okay, so that way that will look a little bit nicer. If ID not, let's say if NPC ID not in active NPCs, NPC ID equals status new, and this I'll actually have equal to null. Because what I'll do now is NPC... basically, the ability for the quest to control the NPC. So, for example, I want the quest to be able to tell Raziah to move to a certain destination or follow the player. And that involves basically making it so the NPC Manager can globally access every NPC that's active and doing stuff. Yeah, basically. Yeah, so active NPCs dot move to path. Let's say that. So now move to path status equals mode dot move, or no, destination target equals path. And I think what I'll do is I'll do this, where it's like elif state.status equals mode dot destination. Okay, so this should be... I want to have a function called path, world path. Like that. And what is this? Persistent is true? Technically, we don't even need that because it would mark... we probably need that. Oh wait, crucial thing. If the NPC exists, we need to do things. And actually, I think, we don't need persistent here anymore. Yeah, because that just does this circularly. Yeah, so what I'll do instead is say false here, and then we'll have that as well for like if node dot move to path false. And that means when we spawn an NPC, we actually don't need this because we set all of that stuff here. Oh, wait, no, we don't. Okay, I'm fine with that then. Well, let's do that. Okay. Admittedly, this also means that we don't actually need this status here to be here, because we could use the NPCs nav state. Well, And now we don't need waiting for server or these two. Okay. I'm curious how this works. Nah, that'll be fine. Okay. So when we do a follow path, what I want to do now is also have... Oh, excuse me. I'm still dying. Okay. Function move to path WP world path persistent bool. And now the quest does not manage this. The quest has its own business. And that means this does not need that. That does mean that if there's multiple quests active, though, I'll have to figure out how to do that at some point. But okay, var... Well, let's do, like, We need to navigate to it by, Let's remove this as well there. How do I feel about doing things like code reviews? That could be neat. I don't know if I do it on stream, though. I think I've changed so much stuff that I've now forgotten. I need to basically set my state to... Oh yeah, I've completely obliterated all of my path. You know, I'm just gonna have, like, a move to. Well, yeah, we're just gonna have move to points. Yeah, because it used to be that I had, like, next position, final stuff like that. No, 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 no. I'll have move to points still. Yeah, I could be willing to do that. I'd have to figure out where I want to put that. It could be a dedicated time in a stream. Hang on. There's too much stuff here. I want this to now be called mark follow. Because otherwise it would be, yeah, okay, that feels right there. Because that means that now my global node, oh, I don't even have it here. If ID not in active NPCs. There we are. So now we have follow and mark follow. And we can have a function called mark destination. String world p path. So try to move. And then we have like move to. Let's see. This NPC system is now, I want this to be able to control the dialogue, or basically be integrated with it. But right now this thing works kind of independently. Or a little too independently, I should say. But okay, and this means that now this is NPC follow, and this is NPC.move to. And that means, wait, huh? Move to should work there. Calling non-static function move to on the base class NPC Manager Director. Make it an instance instead. Oh, right. This is global.npcs. And that means we need a function follow node ID string path world path. Oh wait, actually, wait. I can do this perfectly fine. Now let's just do a world path. Let's do that. Okay, so now what I'm going to do is let's have a function of node. So we're going to do let or var str equal p. No, this is going to be path. String p node get path. Return world path init path. Okay, so that should do that. Function init not found in base world path. Oh wait, no. New. There we go. So now we can create a world path of the player, which is kind of clunky, but oh well. Okay, so for this one we don't need anything. Well, I guess I'll still have this here, because when we start up the quest, we need to have, like, a current state. So let's do Raziah follow again here, and then does Raziah know what happened? Raziah end follow. Or let's say Raziah dismiss. Wait, we don't even need that. Okay. So now when we follow, we'll have a function dismiss as well. Active NPCs ID dot status equals mode idle. There we are. Oh wait, no. We actually need this to be dismissed there. Status mode idle. And then if node dot dismiss. Let's see if that'll work, because there should be a function dismiss. Okay, good. And that does that, and that should do, what should that do? It should have a persistent thing, but now we're going to do nav state equals and then I'm also going to have persistent equals true if persistent Global NPCs mark dismissed. ID. Okay. So it'd be here. And actually, I'm going to have it be move or destination follow and then dismiss. And that'll be our consistent thing. And this will be very simple. Non-existent NPC tried to be dismissed. Otherwise, dismiss. Dismissed. Oh wait, and we don't need that. There we go. Okay, so now the only thing that we really don't have... Type NPC Manager. Oh, yeah. Wait, what? Can it return type? Oh, I see. Mark destination. ID world path. And what I'm going to do here for now is... actually, we can do... configure targets. Let's do like let var node equal world path dot node. And then set nav state move to points. I think that's all I need. Admittedly, for now, it won't do anything fancy with the, like, path. Oh, wait, I see. Here I'm just going to do speed equals walk. Let's just do that. Wait, we don't have an ID? Where's our ID? Oh, it should be body. ID. There we are. Okay. And actually, we should set the nav state. Okay, because that does idle, move to points. Okay. That should all be good. Nav point, or nav path. Do I do anything with nav path? No. Okay, so for now, she's gonna walk directly to her destination. Okay, so for the time being, I'm going to have a debug UI. VBox container. This is going to be debug quest UI. And actually, while we're here, I'm going to do window. Where's our stretch? Scale mode, mode. We need canvas items. There we go. So now basically, that should mean that this game will work better on high-res monitors, but okay. We don't quite have this. Too few arguments to load call, expected at least 2. Oh, I see, because we also need the ID here. Okay. So right now there's nothing interesting going on because what I need to do is now have the ability to create quests. So, quest. So I think now this is going to be active quest. Spring to Neo quest. Okay, we don't have anything here for quests. Except for, well, Okay, let's get this. Okay, so now we're gonna do a Neo quest here. And actually, I need to use the bathroom for a third time, but I'll be back soon. Okay, back now. Let's see. The music seems like completely quiet. I guess it's just the end of the song. But okay. So we get a quest script. So let's call this load quest. And what I'm going to do is have a function start quest ID string bool. So if ID inactive quests return false. Var q equal load quest ID. If not q, push error quest not found ID false return true. Actually, then this is going to be active quest ID equals q. And then what I want is for each stat in an active quest. Hang on. What I need to do is integrate the quest. And actually we can have like function quest started ID string return ID inactive quest, or I know, quest active. In fact, I'm going to have this start quest load. Okay. Wait, I forget if I need to do save load or global. Because I'm pretty sure global also has get stat. No, it doesn't. Wait, no. If we do not have the completion stat, we break here. And that means that var stage, oh no, active stage equals 0, and then active stage plus equals 1. So basically, we just go through the stages. If the stage is not complete, that means that that's the active stage. And then if stages active stage oh wait, hang on. Static func no up pass. There we go. So if the active stage has a I know. Var start equals start stat. And then it's basically going to be if not start or not global, no, save load, get stat start, return, else. Oh, wait, hang on. There we go. Okay, so basically what this does is it gets the current state, and then if that state has a function on start, we call that and do stuff. Or no, basically, if there's a stat that we need to check first, and it's not true, then we return. Otherwise, we do this. In this way, there are special events that I can do only once. Though admittedly, most of the time, we actually... You know what? I don't even want this. We're just going to have the onStart, because basically, almost every time that we do this, it's because we are either setting the state or we're loading the game again. And so in both of those instances, we probably want to just call this function. And so we don't even have a start stat anymore. And that means we basically never have that as well. So, like, it should be required for every quest. Yeah, okay. So that means that now the way that we're going to do this is instead of the player, or instead of the NPC managing all that stuff, we're just going to get the state of the quest. And I think that means anytime we set our active stage, we should, Hi, welcome back. Instead of setting this here, let's have a function set stage int active stage equals s, and then we're gonna have a set stat, or no, save load set stat. And basically what I'm doing right now is getting a new quest system in place for At the Ends of Eras. So quest ID would have S. Okay, so what we can do is just set stage active stage. And actually, let's do function get saved stage int. Okay, so this is going to be get saved stage. And that means that now this is persistent, so we don't go backwards in the quest when we like reload and if something's changed. And that means we could do, I think what I should do is for S in range active stage up to stage's size actually is this correct? So range from B to there, so starts from B, increases there, stops before N. Okay, so that's correct. So basically what I want to do here is save load.listen, or no, subscribe. Isn't there a subscription function? Hang on. I swear there's a... Didn't I have a whole, like, event listener system here? Oh, wait, no, that was in Kitty Found a Camera. I'll just copy that code over. Right now, this isn't a proper, Actually, does this have the subscription? Load game, delete folder, save background. No, that doesn't. Okay, so I'm going to copy that. Or no, copy that. Project. Because I don't think I've changed the game state here. Okay. The only thing I've changed is adding the new functions. And then, presumably changing something, I guess. I don't know what I've changed here. Okay, well, that should be fine. Basically, what I need here is to active stage s dot stat on stage completed. I guess what we do is evaluate stages. Actually, we don't even need to do that. We just need to do, hang on. Let's do, like, if active stage is less than stages dot size. We do all this stuff, else the stage is already, like, the quest is already completed. We would just do completed emit ID. Okay, so function on stage completed. This means that we need to do, we need to get the next stage that's available. Oh, and that means that here as well, we actually need to do, for S in range active stage dot length size, and then stage equals stages S. Okay. Okay, we can do this. In fact, that means that we just set the stage here. S. Okay. Basically, what we need... Actually, let's call this as a separate function. Active stage equals find next stage of get saved stage. Pass here, because we're going to do find next stage. Previous stage. Int. Okay. And that means we actually set stage, find next stage, get saved stage. Okay. So can I use subscript operator on basis int? Active stage. Oh, I see. Stage is active stage. Completion stat. Okay. Okay. So now what we can do is change this to be start previous stage int. Start get saved stage. Okay. So basically what this means now is when we have completed our stage, we then unsubscribe from that listener so it doesn't trigger again, and then we start from that stage. So basically we find the next stage, go through until we find the last possible stage that isn't completed, and then we return that. And then we call this start, and so that means that what I can do is for now, we can just print the description as well. So let's just do print debug stages active stage description. Okay. The whole point of that now is when we do the opulent medium. So that means what I want is not to go to the phase, but go to opulent medium stage. I know what I want. We're going to return, or when we set the stage, we're actually going to add s+1. And then we're going to return -1 here, I think. No, we're not going to do that. We'll do that in... I guess it's just going to be min of... No, max of this... -1 else 0. So the stat will always be whatever we set there. But that means go to opulent medium with global... No. Where do we actually get the save load stuff? State get stat quest opulent medium. Okay. So this should now get us to the correct quest. And basically what we can do is... main speaker... or no, global... Start quest. Okay. So this should mean now that it just kind of does everything that I need it to do without me actually having to do any of my fancy stuff with this. So when we do this main speaker waiting stuff, we don't need to do any of that. Okay, hang on. I'm just going to try... We kind of need to reset now. Okay, so Raziah seems to be looking for something. Raziah move bind. Opulent medium Raziah. Let's just try for now doing like this. Okay, I'm gonna try to see exactly what's gonna happen here. Oh, didn't quite work. Too many arguments to from Jason. Expected 2. Oh, do we not have the custom encoder anymore? Oh, that was the issue. Okay, hang on. Let's look at this. So, from Jason, encoder. Read var. The main thing is that all I really want is the subscribers. Like, I don't need to change anything else here, so I'm gonna say this is good. Okay. So now we can reload that. We're going to close that. So that means that now... Okay, event bus isn't declared, and that's... I should have got the old... Hang on. I just realized. I have the technology to just get the old one. Or to get the one that I want. So yeah, because we need listeners, we need event bus. Well, you know what? I'm going to put the exports on top for now. And I think when we reset, we should also have event bus equal nothing. Okay, I wonder if that will make it so that everything just works magically. Okay, but if we talk to Raziah... Find next stage. Okay. So, previous... Cannot assign value of that. Oh, I see. There we go. Oh, because this is node. Hang on. I'm also trying to eat while doing this. Oh, I keep pressing X because in Kitty Found a Camera, it's X to talk. Okay, so now, if we go to state... Eventually I need to... Hang on, I need to... I need to make it so that when you actually pause, it pauses properly. Hang on. Let's go to live debug, or let's go to the player. Who does live debug? Think that it is. Is it in my input? No, I think it's UI. Okay, so here's what I should do. I should do time management dot paused equals not time management dot paused. And this should be the actual genuine paused value. Yeah. So that should actually stop the tree. Wait, hang on. Why is this an array? Oh, because, okay. Wait, no. That doesn't make any sense. Oh, wait, yes it does. Because I changed the dictionary. Okay, yeah, so I broke it. Hang on, go back to this. We're now at version 49 of the game. Because our NPC Manager should do, there should be util.dmap active NPCs. So function ID string there. I needed a dictionary of dictionaries. But okay, so now, follow me. That means that now the quest is started. That means that we can see in here somewhere. Oh, I thought we'd be able to see it. Path and persistent never used, that's fine. Alright, well, whatever. Let's see if this works again. So, restart it. Then Raziah should still be following us. But she's not. Tragic. Why not? So that seems to be basically, when we deserialize, NPC is load file there. I know. If NPC, we do all this stuff. Actually, when we spawn the NPC... Oh, right. That means that we need to... I think we need these to be true. Because when we spawn the NPC, we set all of his stuff. Yeah, all this stat stuff. Okay, so that should be there, then. And that means that we should have... follow path being called on our NPC, unless something is happening to the save, which is possible. So if we go back to here, info, okay, so we have Opulent Medium Stage 1. I'm seeing here, oh yeah, okay, no. We do have this. Raziah. So yeah, her scene file path status transform. I think her status is incorrect. Because yeah, you could see that her her idle mode was set. So where would that be? And why would that not be correct? Because basically, anytime we follow an NPC... Oh, do we not set this when we mark an NPC as following? No, we do. Is following... Do we not set that in here? Mark follow? Okay, we set that here. Let's try again, I guess. So I think the quest knows that she's supposed to be here. Oh, wait, no, that doesn't make any sense. I was about to say, the issue is that she's not following us properly. Or that basically the next stage of the quest didn't have her following us, but I think it does. If we go back to here. Oh, I see. Okay. Wait, no. Yeah. Because this is stage 1. Because they start at 1 because 0 means it's not actually active. So yeah, it should have called Raziah follow. Why did it not call Raziah follow? Oh, because I bet you I forgot to set the quest. So when we start the game, we need to have our active quests actually set in here. Okay. So basically when we prepare save load.set stat active quests, this will be active dot keys. Actually, wait, do we even need that? Well, yeah, we do. Because otherwise what we would need to do is we need to get the dictionary stat. So I'm going to do like load sing. So when we do that, yeah. For a in save, or let's do for quests equals save load dot get active quests. If quest is array, for queue of quests. Let's do quest start. No. Yeah, I guess quest start. Because, yeah, this should just load it and then do all that stuff. Okay, yeah. There's nothing specific about starting the quest that actually causes issues. Because that gets its, like, stat information from somewhere else. Okay, and that didn't work. So why did that not work? basically this should be running. And if it's not running, I'm sad. So why is this not running? Oh, because the game doesn't have the active quest actually saved. So what I need to do is actually, now if I talk to her, there it does that. Great. 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 And now if I, actually let's do save load state beta. And now the player doesn't move when I do this. Okay, so we have our active quests. It's just the opulent medium. And we have quest opulent medium has a stage here. So technically, this is what I was saying, where like, I don't know if I need the actual active quests as a list. If I already have the quests here, I could just get the keys and then just like, you know, have a special key when it's completed. But that'd be more complicated, so I won't do it right now. But okay. So now I can save and quit. There we go. Then let's try again. Almost. Oh, wait, no. Okay, this is working. Good. Invalid call function follow path on base nil. Oh, I see. Okay, hang on. When we load synchronously, we actually need to call it deferred, I think. Yeah. Okay, so that way there's one frame for everything to load up, and then she's here. Perfect. Look at that. And this system is designed such that it should be pretty easy to refactor, so like I can have NPCs that aren't active, or like, you know, NPCs will spawn in later, and then they'll know their proper state. They can just like load it from their stats. But okay, now, aha, and look at that. She moved to her proper state because she knows that she's in the state. So now if we talk to her again, there's some sort of opulent medium. Oh, wait, hang on. Okay. So now the stuff is broken because we no longer have the ability to have Raziah follow us. Or basically, Raziah is no longer being controlled by the dialogue. So anytime we have like follow player and wait and things like that, these should not be there. Opulent medium. So yeah, we don't need this, and we don't need this. So the door's open, let's go deeper. We don't need that now, because we don't do that here. We do that opulent medium 2. Okay. So now, for example, this doesn't do that. Okay. That should work. I probably need the ability to start a new game. Okay, she's following us. Following the path. So, okay. And because we're in here now, she does the next stage of the quest. So we can do... state... data? No. Save load state data. So that gets us opulent quest. Quest opulent medium. Should be... wait. So why is it... Get the door gamer. Oh, I see. Okay. I know what to do. This is what we do. And then when we have that, we'll do false here. Okay, so now I can save and quit. It seems like the quest ID... I mean, the stage was supposed to say 2, because that's clearly what she was at, right? Oh, wait, no, she wasn't. Okay, she was still at stage 1. Okay, okay. I was misunderstanding how this works. Basically, let's get to the medium. Because, okay, let's go back to this quest. So, 1, 2. 2 should be here. And then we should have discussed opulent medium door. Do we have any visited stats? Hang on. Basically, our room here. This area. Point of interest. I actually want this to also be a visit. Oh yeah, now we don't even need the... There's the whole thing of, like, stuff. I don't need any of that. But okay, how does this get its place ID? I'll just put it as opulent medium. Like that. Okay. And then this will eventually be translate place ID place. Actually, we don't even need to remember it with the ID here. Oh, wait, no. Oh, wait, yeah. Oh, wait, no. I'll keep it there for now. Okay, because, yeah, now we don't need a place of interest or a point of interest. We're going to do it through the quest itself. And that means it'll, like, temporarily suspend following the player. And that means that now what we need is this to be in layer 2. Oh, wait, no. That should be fine. Hang on. On body entered if we is player body. So we should do this. Oh, my waters are boiling. Hang on. Okay, so that looks good. The sun is shining right in my face. Okay, so now if we talk to Raziah, now she gets the door, and that's that. And then we can pull the lever. Oh, wait. Hmm. Oh, right, hang on. I just realized, when we call for the description, I forgot that this is a callback. That's why we have this here. Okay. So it seems like none of our stages have been completed yet. Okay. Door's open, let's go deeper. Seems like it's not open. There we go. Oh, right. Okay. So it works there. Okay, Raziah seems to be looking for something. So we have these kind of working, except for the fact that the paths... So yeah, our move to path... Oh, right. If nav dot move to path persistent. I forgot to do that at all. Okay. Let's try understanding. So if we go back to our Neo quests, I want to see the subscriptions working. And actually, I'm going to do save and load. How do we... Can we confirm this? There we go. I think we do global reset. Reset? Game? Man, what is this? State? Oh wait, hang on. I'm not even in the thing correctly. Init reset. Yeah, okay, so there should be a reset. And that should be reset version. There we go. Okay, so now I should be able to, at the very least, start a new game within this. Because, yeah, I want to see all of the stuff working. Oh, wait, but it's going to reload. It's going to reload the wrong scene. Okay. I see. So currently currently that just doesn't work. So we're going to go just to here. Just delete the autosave. Okay. We should not have that stage next. Okay, because that means that... Oh, wait, I see. I see. Okay. It was because I was supposed to do opulent medium 2. Oh, wait, and that means that this should be 3. Because, yeah, basically, this is just her following us. And then we go to... So we can close that now. For the time being. Go to quests. What am I looking for? Probably project. Okay. this is what I'm looking for. Let's reload that dialogue, so that way this should be telling us things. So we need to get into the ruins to see the opulent medium. So that means that when we enter this stat in here, save load state data. We should have had visited opulent medium. Okay, and then if we do save load dot state listeners, so what does that mean? Because game state, oh, it's an event bus. Okay, hang on. Yeah, okay, so we should have had this happen. Is that because set stats? Oh, I forgot to put the publish in here. Key value. Okay. Basically, anytime we set a stat or, I mean, I guess just set a stat. Yeah. Anytime we do that, that should do that. And then let's double check how we do that in Kitty Found a Camera. Yeah, okay, so this is the correct one. Publish. Okay, it's exactly one location where we publish. Okay, so now, let's get to the medium. Okay, so now what we can do is when we do that, perfect, almost. Callable, expected 0 arguments. Oh, because, yeah, we need, the key and value. Okay, hang on. So when we actually go to our Neo quest, right, it needs to actually make sure that, stage completed, key value, if value. Then we do that. Or let's say, like, on stage changed. Or, like, on stat changed. Actually, we can just set key here as, like, key. So if value and this equals key, on stage completed. Oh yeah, we need this to be now on stat changed. Okay. And technically it should always be true. Well, no. If I designed it correctly, the key will always be the relevant key. But it doesn't hurt to check it anyway. So that way a bug doesn't compound on top of a bug. Okay. And that means that now she is intending to move to a different location, though her quest has not taken her there properly. Okay, node not found, opulent medium Raziah, relative to root opulent medium, and that's because what I'm going to do for now is basically just go to our this. So whenever we did opulent medium slash, yeah, remove that there, remove that there. Okay. So now on stat changed. We don't need that anymore because we know that's true. There she goes. And also, if hang on. Raziah. No. NPC nav. Move to point. If we have... So nav state, move to points. Var diff equals final position minus position. If diff dot length is less than max target distance times max target distance, we will do speed equals 0. No. Set move state idle. Or stand. There we go. So that way, she's done talking, or done walking. There's some sort of opulent medium. How about I sit in the machine and you go look and press the button or something? Okay. Get the door, gamer. So that means that now... we should have actually a different stat here. So this should be done once. Okay, and then, actually, let's just have this like that. Okay, that makes sense. Because basically this means that this alert will fire no matter what. Or in this dialogue will be here. Let's say that. So if it's the first time you're seeing this, then it does that. Okay, and then what I'm going to do is, state... add stat Raziah discussed opulent medium door. And so that means that this will increment the stage to the next state. And so now you can see kind of the structure that these will be like built around of like now there's a lot of smaller stages. Instead of having a bunch of complicated stats here, it's more like this tells the game to go to this stage. So Raziah seems to be looking for something, so that means that now, if we go back to here, if we go to here now, there's something behind the machine Raziah wants me to investigate while she keeps the mechanism open. And so... pretty soon, I'll have that in the UI somewhere, like a quest log in the top right. And then, like, you know, in your journal, the tasks would show that. Okay, and then we pull that, and then look at that. She comes over to here. The door's open, let's go deeper. Okay. And then that means, wait, why did that... Oh, right. Because the switch... Hang on. That event switch. If on... Return. Because otherwise we're going to be stuck here. But okay, let's see if this is working now. But okay, about 4 years into development, and we finally have a quest system where the NPCs can, like, do things according to a quest. Let me grab this. And that means that now what I want is the ability to show her... Oh. I see. That UI needs... Okay, so I need to fix the... UI system. But basically, we need the ability to now have a branch. Actually, no, we don't. We just need to be able to get to the next thing. And that's going to be the room here. So yeah, we don't need another point of interest. But we do need a marker for Raziah. And so I want, once you get into this area, I think once you've gotten into the room adjacent to this, Hall 2, let's call this a visited area. And that needs the same things here, so we're going to call this opulent medium near. Okay. So instead of Raziah talking about this stuff... Okay, and we don't even need this. That whole system of garbage. We don't need points of interest at all. Well, we kind of do, but I'll ignore that for now. Okay, go back to the opulent medium. So we don't need to talk about the time gun anymore. We need to do this, so this will be visited. So once we have been into this hallway, Raziah runs off. So let's just do stage.new Raziah slash... Wait, no, I think that means... Yeah, okay. So that means we actually need this here. Raziah ran off somewhere. And this is going to be Raziah move. New, Hall 2 slash Raziah. Oh, no, not Hall 2, capacitor. So yeah, these world paths will need to be changed. I need to remember how to do those. And then that means that now we have stage new. The power's out. We need to leave. There we go. Does not match opening brace. Okay, so somewhere in here, probably right there. Okay. Invalid. Call to new. Expected at least 3. Oh, right, because we need now capacitor opulent. Oh, wait, no. We need now... I think... We need some sort of temporary thing. I know. Medium exited. Or no. Opulent medium emergency exit. Okay. So basically, Raziah will run off once you get near the capacitor. she will grab the capacitor. That will turn off the power. I'll figure out how to do that soon. That will also spawn in a thing. So I think what I want here is event switches that have... Yeah, I think what I'm going to do is... Well, no, we can just have the stats activated. We don't need the event switch. An event switch is for when the thing that generates a signal may or may not exist. Like an NPC doing something to activate things, that is an event bus thing, because we can't manually connect the stats. Yeah, and it's not permanent either. Okay. So for now what I'll do is I will have... Let's just have a reflection probe in here. This will be interior. Let's just move it here for now. Wait, what did I just do? Why did that... Oh, I moved it without resizing it. Okay. There we go. That's fine. Can we... I think there's no handle interior, or like no inner handle anymore. That's a shame. Oh well. Okay, so how did I handle lights before? Lighting controller. Yeah, let's add one of those. Let's give it a class name. Okay. So that means that now this can control itself. Eventually, I think all of these will be, like, controlled independently. But for now, this is fine. Okay, so when we toggle this thing, what it's going to be is the capacitor for now. Actually, I'm just going to have a stat. Stat string. Then it's going to be if stat save load state subscribe stat on stat changed on stat changed stat, and I think I'm gonna have, so this power thing, dialog ID value toggle not value. Yeah, let's just say that. Toggle not value. And then also toggle not save load state, not save load get stat. True. And we don't even need that. Okay, so that means that now I can just have this thing have, it would be like capacitor slash opulent. Or did I say opulent medium slash capacitor? Okay, yeah, I did it correctly. Okay. Oh. Something in here did not work correctly. Which did not work. Oh, I see. Comma. Okay, and now, this isn't set up correctly. But if we walk over here at least, she runs ahead of us. And we're like, what the heck is she doing? And then she gets that. And that should be... So once she gets to here, basically, she needs to have a new behavior where she then pulls the capacitor out. And that is going to be... That'd be interesting. But okay, first of all, why is this thing not... Did I misunderstand how these work? So what is our capacitor stat here? So deactivate, set that to 1. Because, yeah, this stat is 1 when we set the stat to... Or when we pull the capacitor. So that means when we go to here... We should toggle this thing to... Dark ambient high, dark ambient low. Yeah, we should have black lights here. Okay, so what is this being set to? So lights enable is true. Okay, so that makes sense. So then why is it false? Oh, wait, it's not false. It's because it's just darker in here. Okay. Because I forgot, like, what I did, which is made the room darker. So why is this reflection probe not... Do they no longer have the custom colors for reflection probes? Did that change? Oh, no. Okay. We can set this here. Okay, good. So I can set this to, like, whatever I want. And so that way I have a bit more control over that. Okay, so our next step then is to get an event when Raziah reaches an object. I think I know what to do. Our destination needs to be a nav point, and it needs to do something there. So let's go to nav point. Nav point like that. And so our action will be to use an item. So we'll say use, and then we'll have an export var. So next is now actually going to be a nav point, and var act, or let's say act target. Action target, or let's say use target. Oh yeah, actually, we don't even need that. We can just do that. Node 3D. Or let's just say node. Okay, and now we can just do... We don't even need this. Well, we do need that. Okay. So yeah, now what we can do is once we get to a point, if it's a nav point, we can arrive at it. And that's going to be done by going to our NPC and then, so I'm going to do use, assign, capacitor, no, power thing. Okay. So NPC nav. And that means also our power thing now needs a new function. Okay, I know what to do here. We need a new object called like an agent. And everything, any agent will have a it'll have an inventory. So that means that Raziah will have her own inventory. So now we have a new thing here, which is interactables can be used by anything. If dialogue and agent is player body. Actually, you know what? I think I'm going to do this. Get player start dialogue. And that should be the player body, right? Okay. Get first node in group player. I'm glad that they did that. Okay. Okay, when we get to a point, when we have done move 2 points. So I think what we should do is once we've done this stuff, complete nav. Or no. And that'll be our target. Final target? Let's say that. Okay. So basically, function complete nav target node. We set this. Actually, we're just going to set nav state move state dot idle. Or no. In fact, now look at all this new typing that I can do. Okay, so when we do this here, complete nav, no, nav completed init. And also, if target is nav point, I know what to do. Okay, so for now, match target dot action. target dot nav point action use var n equals. Actually, let's make this an interactable. So yeah, NPCs can now use interactable nodes. So yeah, if n is equal to interactable, or n... target, use target. Is that what it... action target? Okay. Okay. N, if n body. Okay. Oh wait, no. N interact this, else push error nav point does not have a valid action target, and that'd be target get path. Hi, I'm doing well. After 4 years, Kitty, or no, At the Ends of Eras has a quest system. And now what I need is for NPCs to have inventories. So we're going to do a... let's do that here. Var inventory. Yeah. And actually, I'm going to lower the volume of the music a little bit. So when we prepare save... oh yeah, now we need to have all the NPCs in persistent. Actually, I think just Raziah right now. Where's persist? There it is. So yeah, any NPC that has an inventory should have it saved there. And that means that now we have function... prepare save load dot set stat id inventory to encode. Hang on, how do we encode the inventory? Is it like to JSON or something? Oh, I see. We set the stat of... wait, no, what? Oh, okay, I see now. Is it get fancy inventory? Oh, we just set the data. Okay. That's easy. So yeah, I assume if we go to the player, that's exactly how that works there. Is that how this works? Where do we set our inventory? Okay, we do it in info. Yeah, okay. That's perfectly good. And that's because I had the separate 2D and 3D versions of the player, which I think that was unnecessary complexity. But okay, we just set id/inventory to inventory data. And then what we can do is, when we are ready, if we have... if id and save load dot has stat. Actually, we can just do has stat ID. I kind of prefer having I'll leave that as it is for now. Okay. Inventory.decode from save load.get stat ID slash. Okay, so now NPCs should be able to have inventories. So what does decode from do? Okay, that feels reasonable. Oh wait, just a thought. So wishes regarding projects. I would like Kitty Found a Camera to be done, and I want At the Ends of Eras to have significant progress on its new demo. Ideally, the demo would be done by the end of the year, but I'm not gonna give myself that responsibility, because I also want to have, once Kitty Found a Camera is done, I want to start another second project, because I like having two projects to bounce between. Okay, so now we have agent. Okay. So now what we need, no label to go to, opulent medium. Oh wait. Opulent medium 5. Where are you going? Yeah, it's been helpful for me because it also helps me think about each project in a different light, I guess, because I'm solving slightly different problems for both. So it winds up being I wind up being able to take things I've learned from one and better apply them to the other. But okay, so when agent is never used in function interact. If dialog there, so we'll just have this be there. And then let's go to the power thing. So yeah, agent, inventory, add item. Let's do elif inventory, remove item. So inventory should have a function remove item, right? Yeah, okay, it does. And so this means that she can actually activate and reactivate things. I like this. Yeah, hopefully. The main thing will be, as I've said before, a lot of visuals, but the actual, game seems to be working pretty well. A good sign was, I had some friends playtest it, or a friend, and then another friend was like, hey, I heard that, about your game, I want to playtest it too. So, they were talking about it, which is a good sign. But okay, what does she say? So where are you going? She doesn't respond. Prepare save, ID, inventory, inventory.data. Okay, so what we need is actually inventory equals new inventory. Yeah, that'd be fun. Yeah, once it gets pretty close, I think I'll have plenty of time between basically getting the Steam page done and then waiting for, like, I'm going to get localization done as well. And so there'd be a lot of time for stuff in there. I also need the ability for NPCs to ignore the player, so that way they keep walking to where they're going. So when she... Where are... Let's go to this. Oh wait, we need... Where's our thing? Power thing. There we go. So I think we need super.interact. Oh, I see. We need this to be for... Okay. We actually need locking the thing to, instead of doing it here, we do it when we can interact. So function... or return not locked. So I think can interact is a thing that we have in here. Oh, okay. We have enabled, though. Okay, yeah. So that would be what we set with locked here. In fact, that means that we don't even need this. So we don't need that. Yeah, because I don't think there's anything we do with locking. Okay, so this is now not enabled. We can't see it. If we lock on activation, lock on capacitor removal. Okay. So yeah, basically, because that capacitor was locked, Raziah couldn't actually use it. Okay, now we're here. Okay. So now Raziah has taken the capacitor, and so now we need the new dialogue. Let's carry this on. My notes. How else am I going to remember to watch the Sorcerer movie? Currently pushing a build to Steam right now. Okay. Yeah. It's very important that I remember to watch that movie, because it looked kind of neat when I saw it. On VFX Artists Reacts, like, yesterday. So, let's say opulent medium shut down. So now I need to figure out what is our next quest here. Opulent medium, so the power's out, we need to leave. Okay, so we don't actually need anything special here, because what I'm going to do is... Yeah, so we got the capacitor, and then she should be following us now. And then what we need to do is opulent medium 7. Okay. And then we do a global complete quest. Opulent medium. Okay, so we need a function called complete quest. Or quest. So, well, we quest start. So let's do quest complete. Admittedly, I should probably just have this as a separate function. So, ID string bool if ID not in active quests. Well, instant create. And not instant create. Tried to complete non-existent quest ID. Actually, let's do if ID in active quests. Erase ID. Otherwise, if that, and then completed quests. So let's go to active quests. Completed quests will just be a list of IDs. Oh wait, array string. There we go. Or let's do if ID in active quest, or completed quests, return false, else completed quests push back ID. And save load state set stat quests ID completed. And return true. Okay, so this means that now we have a function called quest complete. If there's an active quest, we erase it. If there is no active quest, and that means actually we should do, oh wait, no. That's fine the way it is. Okay, so we quest complete there, and that also means that when we do quests here, I mean, I guess we could just have the quest itself complete for us. So, like, we don't really need an extra thing here for, like, this, because we can just complete the quest ourselves when we go to the quest, where do we do that? So completed emit here. Okay, I'm just going to complete. Complete. And we're going to do global quest complete ID. Okay. So the real challenge is going to be pretty soon. I need the ability to, like, teleport characters to different rooms and things like that, or move them between rooms. I'll think about that. But okay. What the hell happened? I don't know. So she's following us, so that means that now we actually need the emergency exit. So once we have the capacitor, what we need is a spawner. And that spawner is going to be up here. And it'll have an area. Mask 2, this will be like exit. So I think listen stat medium slash no, opulent medium. I guess that. And then removal stat would be I don't know exactly. Let's say this. Actually, we can now do state dot or save load state subscribe to stat changed on stat changed. Okay. Oh wait, no, that means that we need two different things. We need listen to stat. So let's do if listen stat and not exists. If removal stat and exists. I think actually I need this. There we go. Well, we'll just have one of the other, or one or the other. Okay. That means that now this does not listen to every single stat, it just listens to the stats that are relevant to it. And we need a shape here. Because this is currently going to be our only way out. I think what I might want is the ability to detect when we've exited a node rather than when we've entered one. And have some sort of special stat of like... Yeah, because if there's multiple exits, it'll be kind of annoying to figure this out. But okay, save and quit. I need to make sure that all of this is correct. So yeah, opulent medium exit. When we go to the opulent medium quest, this is just exit. And I think I'm going to change these to slashes maybe someday. But okay, it should print our stat. So the power's out, we need to leave. So if we talk to her, she has no idea. She's playing dumb. Oh. Crash. Huh. What happened there? So I suspect it was because we despawned a thing. On body entered. Let's do if B is player body and... What if we just set stat to 1? And basically that means that if the old value... Yeah, so let's say if old v is not equal to value. We'll set that first of all. So that means that there's fewer duplicate keys. And now it won't tell us the exact count of how many times a thing has been in here. But I didn't particularly need that anyway. Let's try again. And then the next thing I want is the ability for the player to, or for quests to have active zones. Nope, okay, so that still causes issues. So let's see exactly what the issue is. Because, yeah, it does seem to be... Oh, right. Yeah, this is all going to be... We don't need any of that right now. Though there will be some of those popping up. Yeah, for each of these. Why can't I... There we go. Okay. Just skill issue, basically. Oh, wait, no. I need to be there. Okay. There we are. Okay, so what is happening here? I pressed the F10 button to do... I thought this was gonna happen, maybe? Or maybe, Right, hang on. Let's go to exit. Let's despawn, then. So I'm trying to figure out what exactly... Okay. So we have opulent medium exit again. Is that because... No, okay, that's the correct stat there. Okay, so it removes us, then hides. And then something else happens here. What is that exactly? So it's a stack overflow. But we did get the start there. I have a better idea. So for this, well, no, I don't. But okay. Active quest. So let's go back to nav point or whatever it was. No, global. First of all, completed quests equals this. Okay, so where would the issue be here? Removing collision object node during a physics callback is not allowed, and we'll call that. Let's just do call defer. Actually, I think what I can do is despawn call deferred. Okay, yeah. I would not be surprised if that's the issue. I know. If, or let var c equals that. If c is array, And we'll just do the same thing down here. Okay. Don't need this yet. Because I think I would be... I would not be surprised if it was something to do with... Huh, it's nothing to do with the spawner, is it? Wait, I should have checked that first, but okay. So it's something wrong with complete quest. So if we go back to the game state... Oh wait, I know what it is. If we go to global... Wait, no, I thought we would mark it quest complete here, but we don't. So let's go back to NeoQuest. So if we complete here... Also, is our thing working? This music is just very quiet. Okay. Okay, so let's see what happens here. Because yeah, I don't understand where the issue is coming from. And unfortunately, Godot is not advanced enough to provide stack traces for Stack Overflows because they just straight up crash the actual, like, application. Okay, so it's not even getting to complete. So does Raziah know what happened? Wait, we don't need that. We need opulent medium, so close other tabs. Let's see. So maybe we were doing something. So I think we're getting to here. Because yeah, if we go back to here. Okay, so this is the last stage. So we completed this. And then we need this to be a new thing. So yeah, it seems to be this. Oh, hang on. Is it because dismissing needs to be persist? Oh wait, no, hang on, that's fine. Dismiss here. Okay. Dismissing an NPC follower was causing issues there. And actually, that does mean that I need, let's just function complete. Complete. Because we don't actually need anything new to happen here. We're just going to do Raziah dismiss. Neo quest dot no up. And that means there's going to be one last stage, actually. Completed. So... Okay. And then we're just gonna complete this. Boom. Or like state... No, state add stats. Yeah, I wish the static typing was more static typing. I think that was a big reason that I tried to use D with the language. Oh, from nil to callable. Oh, wait, I see. Because I wanted, like, generics and stuff like that. But unfortunately, the integration was so painful. Okay, so that now works there. So I think now all of that was caused actually just by the dismiss function ran infinitely because it called itself. Okay. So now that happens. Okay, good. So now Raziah should have new things to say. Oh, okay. I see. Why did that happen? Okay, so we don't need that. Yeah, the D language integration is not so great. I've heard the C# integration is honestly not great either, though. Okay, so no label for go to opulent medium. Oh, right, because this should be 7. And that means when we do a write error here... Hang on. Write error go to. Go to plus... arg. Let's do... I don't know, no label for go to %s. %s. So this is going to be label arg. See, satisfied with GD script, and I'm really feeling a particular way about something. I'll use C++ GD extension. Yeah, that's probably the best way to do it. Admittedly, I might even say that modules would be the best way to do it. So that way you get... Because GD extension can be kind of janky, because I noticed things like default arguments to functions didn't seem to work, but that might just be the particular bindings I was using. But okay. That was a pretty weird thing that happened for no reason, huh? Oh, wait. Can I convert 1 from nil to int? Oh, I see. So what we should do is... let our var s equals this. Yep, I do not like scones either. I actually had a project where I was trying to convert all of Godot's build system to CMake. I didn't get it done, but it was running like several times faster than scones. Admittedly, CMake is even worse to actually use. But okay, so when we do this, set stage, okay, so when we find the next stage, we actually need to return -1 here. Because we're going to do if s less than 0, complete. Oh, wait, I see what I was going to do. We're going to do stages.size plus 1. So, okay, do that. Or, okay, that's what we need to do. So yeah, here we return stages.size time. Yeah, I've never used scones that much for libraries. Or like actually building something other than Godot. So I don't know much about its proper configuration. But okay, now we have a big new thing. So, yeah, that was a pretty weird thing that happened for no reason, huh? Oh. NPC. So function dismiss. Okay, so that's there. Function dismiss. Persistent equals true. Wait, that's... Oh, wait. Okay. Eventually this'll oh my fucking god. Does it have to do this every single time? It's a dynamically typed language. Why can I not just check if two things are equal? Hang on. Type of old v not equal to type of value or Yeah, admittedly, I feel like a lot of build systems are kind of overkill. Because, like, if you need incremental builds, it is a good thing, but a lot of times you don't. Okay, now she's dismissed, and she can go off to the wind. And now it's complete. And that means that she'll be off doing something or other. Do I want to... How much more do I want to do today? I guess I could start properly reintegrating this with other things. I could fix the dialogue. Okay, so let's delete this. It always has 500 billion temp files. I don't even know what these temp files are. So what did we do here? Make errors more accurate. Oh wait, no. Oh wait, there we go. Okay, so this now, a quest is implemented. I wonder if that drive even works, that F drive. It's not here. Will that work? Maybe not. Wait, I think it's working? No, maybe not. Okay, well, so we remove the capacitor, we do the thing at the destination. We have the spawning, we have the following. Per chunk nav mesh would be good. Oh yeah, now we need to... I basically want to reintegrate all of my chunk system. Yeah, so like we need the ability to load and unload chunks as we get near them. Admittedly, For this example, it's so small that it would be kind of like, well, I guess it'd be fine to test it. Basically, the navigation will be more complicated because these rooms can be potentially activated and deactivated separately. So, like, when you are in this room, like, that room will be visible. But if you're in this room, it's not visible. And it's not active either. Actually, how do I... Are my things working? Hello? Okay, that drive is just not responsive again. That's fine. I think Jak 4 killed it again. But okay, I think what I want to do... Using text path, using... So, pointer null. That seems like something deep inside the memory of this. So I'm going to ignore that. Okay, I'm gonna take a few minutes to stretch and eat the rest of this food. I will be back probably 5 to 10 minutes. Okay, back now. Okay, so one of the bugs I want to fix is the fact that I can't show items to NPCs anymore. So that's probably because of dialogue viewer. Let's go to input. I think what I would do is dialogue UI. So we're gonna do, say, if viewer and this item context enter to that. I'm gonna have event or viewer dot set process input false. And then what we can do is once we've exited the item context. Actually, wait, hang on. We do this first. So on special dialogue, we enter. Actually, I think we do this here as well. Okay. Enable replies, so that should do... Oh wait, we somehow got back into the dialogue viewer? Huh? But weren't we in the dialogue UI? I guess this is fine. And actually, I just realized we can probably do... Yeah, okay. It would be better to use disable replies, rather than doing a set process input here. And we can do the same thing up here. And when we enter and exit shops, we should do that as well. Viewer dot wait, hang on, is this not the viewer? What is this? Dialogue UI. Because I'm pretty sure that's just the viewer. Yeah, it is. So this should just be that. Then we have a shop as a child, we disable replies, then when we... Oh wait, no. We enable replies. But when we enter the shop... Okay. So on special dialogue, I think now... That's fine. That's correct. Go to note, go to item. For both of these, we do that. And then when we start dialogue, set active, set process input A, exit shop. I guess viewer dot enable replies. Oh, no, we do that here. Okay. Okay, let's see if that all works. Okay, for S in C, completed quests dot push back C, or S. Okay. That was weird, huh? So now what I need is in the journal here, we will go to, let's get our journal. Oh no, journal UI as well. Tasks. So yeah, now what we do is the journal does not manage the tasks anymore. Well, is that right? I'm fine with that. Global active quests dot keys. And then what we do is just global completed quests. Create task. Well, yeah, you know what? We don't even have tasks in here anymore. So yeah, create task, introduce task, blah blah blah, task is active. None of that. None of that exists at all. We don't even have tasks. Yeah, because we only need entries and we need names. So we're going to do var tasks equals global active quests keys var completed equals global dot completed quests. Okay. Eventually it'll work. Wait, isn't active quests a thing that has a dictionary and then we can do like keys? Okay. Don't know why that doesn't work. Alright. So now if we go to the journal, names, IDs, I think eventually what I'm going to do, let's just translate this. Translate ID task. ID. See, I think I'm going to do that for every single thing, because I did the same with Kitty Found a Camera, where instead of having the code take care of all of this, okay, so that makes that work, and that means that we should have the journal do things as well. Because yeah, right now, so yeah, let's just add some journal notes. Well, how do I want to do this? Where's our city ruins? So I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to start integrating this with the old quest. Because this quest is basically exactly the same as it was. Okay, so we don't need, like, quite so many things here. So, let's just say... I guess this is all good. Okay, yeah. All of this stuff is now going to be opulent medium 0. Because what we'll do is quest start opulent medium when we get follow. So here, we don't do that. We're going to do you want help looking? Game. Let's say global start, or quest start opulent medium. And I should probably have a stat here. Okay. Actually... yeah, let's say that. We will have quests here. So, ID string, text string, tags array, bool, if global quest start ID. Okay. We will then do add note text tags. Oh, and also we need to add a tag here. So tag dot or tags push back plus ID. Okay. So now we can note for a quest. So let's start a new game. We don't need my file explorer. Yeah, because my F drive just isn't here. I'll just turn it off. It's spinning up a storm. Oh, wait. Oh, there it is. So I don't think I need many of these. Ah, well, whatever. Some of those are like ancient save files that are no longer relevant. But okay. So now if we talk to her, notice a woman, you don't think she's met anyone who's wearing one, so you seem quite interested in that concrete wall. Okay. Oh, right. We no longer have journal task exists and stuff like that. So now it's going to be global. Let's just do... You know what? Let's just make a quest exists function. Do I want to call it... You know what? I'll call it a quest internally. There's going to be a lot of them. Okay. We don't need to save that one. I like to live on the edge. You know what? You know what? Just save it. Just save it. Desktop. Sorcerer movie. There we go. Close everything. But okay, now we have a function called... eventually, we'll have a function called quest exists, id string. If a return global dot let's see. If you have to do a quest twice, you can call it a request. True. But okay. So now, seem quite interested. Actually, that means that we should have, when we do opulent medium 0. So yeah, if we haven't done that... Okay, I guess this is all fine. Weird stuff here. Oh yeah, because I had a loop system, or I haven't imported this to use my proper looping. I'll think about that soon. But okay. Ask once this, who are the old Sirdi? Let's say that that's all fine for now. Looking for an alternate path. Do you want help looking? I have no earthly idea how I'll be of any help. Wouldn't hurt if we looked together. But okay. Let's get to the medium. So now we have our distinct phases. Okay. So now we have... I'm going to start writing like actual dialogue soon. Oh wait, why is my mouse not working here? First, thanks for stopping by. Bye. I'm doing well. But okay, let's see. So, Raziah... Oh yeah, we gotta get the door. Okay, so a main thing is that we should probably not let the player then close the door again. So I'll need like a button here, rather than a switch. I need to rework those anyway, because the switches look bad. Oh yeah, let's make sure that this works. Okay, so now we can get this far. Okay, that actually seems to work. Oh. Where are you going? Spooky. Okay, so... some behavior that I want now is the ability to have a character who only turns around at a certain time. Yeah. Yeah, because at a certain point she runs on ahead and spooks us. And I want it to be that when you actually start dialogue, she still doesn't stop. Which is... because it's kind of awkward right now that she runs away but then doesn't say anything. So I want... ability to disable NPC navigation, or ability to disable, or like override dialogue controls. So like, do not turn around when busy, and do not stop running. So I think I'll say that that is... what will I say that is? I'll call it focus, I think. And I'll just have it be real simple. It's just going to be a variable focus false. Because when we start dialogue, for example, interact, start dialogue. Okay. If not focus, meet, or like, let's say, look at player. Oh wait, we actually have both of those active here. So yeah, if the NPC is not paused for player, there we go. Okay, so that means that now we need... Actually, let's call it break focus. Well, that's fine. I need this for that anyway. Hang on. I have a better idea for this. If break focus focused equals false. Okay. So now what I can do is actually, let's go back to our opulent medium. Let's go to the spawner. I think what I want for spawners is they can have a dictionary on them for property overrides is a dictionary of string to variants. And so basically when we spawn a thing, we'll add a child of the NPC, and then actually let's do, yeah, so if it's not the editor, for k in property overrides NPC set ID. No, K. Basically, what I want for this is the ability to set focused true. Okay. So now we got that. And that means that I can also set that for different NPCs. So for example, I can set that as part of the quest. So for example, when we run to World Path Medium Raziah. No, we don't need that. We need this function. And then, I guess let's do just global NPCs dot active NPCs Raziah dot focused through. Oh wait, hang on. Do we need this? What do we need here? Maybe like this? Okay, that's what I need. Okay, now I'm gonna sit back down. Okay, so I think now in the, let's go to concrete wall, main speaker, look at player. Oh, right. Okay. Let's do... We're gonna need to set some things here. So... Oh, right, because this is active NPCs dot node focused. A horrible, horrible code there. So that's one of those things that's going to need to be refactored. Okay, actually we need to delete our save again. I think all of these, except for logs. Let's delete the logs, who cares? Okay, delete our autosaves, all that stuff. And actually, we don't even use default monitor anymore, do we? That was basically code to... I had to hack it so that Godot would spawn, like, start the game in the correct monitor, but now it just does that. Because it's Godot 4, and not Godot 3. Half the code in this game was, like, workarounds for Godot 3. Okay, so let's make her look a little bit more correct to where she's going to be. So yeah, now, when she's focused, she doesn't look at us, so... You notice a woman with a strange wide-brimmed hat. You don't think you've met anyone else wearing one. You seem quite interested in that concrete wall. Ah. Oh, hi. Interesting that she did not move. What was that from? And I'm standing this. So why did we not turn? Yeah, now I'm curious, so let's... Hang on. Did I break something somehow? Did I change the order of something? Also, I probably should have set... well, whatever. Okay, so for some reason, that works. But that does not work. Okay, I think I need this, first of all. Well, actually... So only call, or only use break focus in dialogue. Okay. Okay, it was because she was not actually paused for dialogue, so her movement was still doing whatever they were doing there. But okay, do you want help looking? If there's anything I know, it's Old Dirty Ruins. Okay. So now she's down here, and then we can come into here. And then she has an alert. She should have had an alert. She should be... I think it's... Oh, right. Because she doesn't actually properly, like, come down here. So if we're too fast... she'll do that, I guess. Raziah, you gotta be closer than that. Let's try that again. If she spawns again, where would she be? Would she still be in the same position as before? She would be. Okay. So I think what we should do is if... Do I want to do proper navigation? What am I even testing? Right, I'm testing the focus system. Well, I'll just have her like let's just do global NPCs, active NPCs, Raziah dot node. Okay. Dot nav. So we're getting closer. I need to get the fallback or teleport failsafe. So how does this work? Final target is player body, otherwise... Okay. So we can do a dot teleport failsafe. Beautiful. Now she's where she was meant to be. Okay, there's some sort of opulent medium over here. How about I sit in the machine and you go look and press a button or something? Okay. I like that she runs immediately over. Yeah, the game's getting downright functional now. Yep, and now she just doesn't even stop for us. Raziah, you're supposed to be following me again. Oh, because she's, I don't know. I have literally no idea why she's not following me anymore. Hang on. Get state idle, stand, So why would she not be? What are her errors here? Failed execution for Biro. Oh, I see. Well, why are there so many? Dialog viewer is receiving input despite not being visible. Well, where's that coming from then? Oh, because we should set... Okay, hang on. Okay. Well, yeah, I'm just gonna set that there. Well, if auto manage input, do that. But okay, so that means that at least... Well, no, the focus doesn't actually work because we can't... She now doesn't come with us. Because, yeah, she was supposed to get the capacitor and then follow us. Okay, like that. And so I think it must be something to do with pausing for the dialogue. Didn't work properly. But okay. Delete this again. Try again. And also, okay, skip to next choice does not work anymore. So bugs, dialogue, viewer, skip to next choice, working. I think if this is fixed, this is fixed. Make speaker have a default font. Fallback has incorrect UI. Follower alerts aren't working. That's fixed now. Governor's dialogue causes a stack overflow during apology. Okay. So skip the next choice isn't working. Switches. Okay, so now all of these are set. Player mesh has invalid tweeners or something. Okay. How is this even happening when we, like, don't have... Execution failed for spooky. Oh, task exists and stuff like that. Okay, so we need journal.task to also be journal.quest. Okay. And that'll probably solve a bunch of stuff here. But okay, yeah, so I think there's a bug with the focus system. Oh, well now it worked. I think it must be... Okay, I see what it is. It doesn't work if there's no remaining, so... Doesn't focus on replies if there's no... Or if there's no remaining dialogue. Okay. Basically, if we're already on the last message, pressing X will skip and break it. But okay. So yeah, I need to... I can actually... I'm actually going to save, load, or maybe global... Hang on, how do we save a game? Okay, save, game, run, test. Okay. So I think what happened is... Yeah, so let's do like global load game. Say run tests. Save load. Load game. Like that? How do we load? Oh, load sync. Okay. Actually, I just realized, hang on, if we go run test. Okay, hang on. Open that in our file manager. We need that in here. Sync with a Y, not a U. Eventually it'll work. Did it work that time? It didn't work that time? Okay, cool. So is there something that I'm missing here? I know. We need to... I think I just need to have a reload. Let's just have, like, function... Load game. Path. String. Load sync. Path. Oh. Get. Free. Current scene. Reload. Or... Okay. There we go. So now, Raziah was supposed to still come over here. I feel like it must be something to do with following the player. I know what it is. It's because break focus. Okay, wait, hang on. I don't actually know what it is. When we set focused equals false here, are we actually running this function? Okay. So this should be running. The power's out, we need to leave. So yeah, this should be called. We don't need to worry about that right now. Maybe we do. Hang on. I don't care. Okay, so I don't care about that right now, but basically loading the game doesn't seem to actually properly set the things. Yeah. So now Raziah is following us. Global load game run test. Well, no, I gotta get this working as well. Is it because she's what would this be caused by? I guess we can reset state and then load sync and then reload current scene. I guess we could even reset state, reload current scene, load sync. Will this load sync? Okay, that does that though. Does this call enter tree twice? Replacing current scene with a new instance of its original packed scene. Okay, I see part of the issue is if not global dot loaded. Let's do like if not save load loaded. And then what I can do is, yeah, reset state, load the game, reload current scene. Let's make sure that that works in the sense of like it loads when we start the game. Okay, good. And that does that. And so she's now following us. And then if we did global load game run... Oh wait, no, it's user. Was that the issue? Get node on null value. Move to path. So node path is capacitor / Raziah. So node is null. If not node, print or push error. Could not move to node. WP dot to string. Actually, how does this work? Let's just do function. Let's do like chunk name node path. Overrides a method. Let's just do then to string. Or like as text. And that way when we do this as text... Okay. Let's see what this issue is now. Okay. That's all good. That's perfect. Then we global load game user run tests. Okay, that looks like it works, kind of. Except for the fact that that's null, which means, oh wait, hang on. Wait, what? User run test should exist. Oh, wait, because it's not... It's... Okay, hang on. First of all, when we reset states, NPCs dot active NPCs clear. Okay. Is there anything else? No, we only have active NPCs there. Okay. So that's fine. Okay, and then we do global load game user / run test. Okay. So we should have... First of all, I should have returned false there. Okay, I'm going to fix some of this stuff first. Function quest is active. ID string return. ID in global active quests. Function... So quest is active seems to be the big one here. Okay, that's pretty much all of them, actually. But okay, that seems to remove... Okay, that removes all but one of these errors, and that's because there's a tween on the player. So tween step, tween, bound to root blah blah blah, started with no tweeners. And that's because if we go to the player... Presumably there's some sort of tween. Okay, so we create this. What if we just don't create that? Actually, what if we literally don't even use this anywhere, ever, so we don't even need that? And that's probably the only thing that was causing issues. Okay. So this should be raw... No. User run tests. I literally returned false, didn't I? Oh, I see. There is no relative node, because there is no current scene. And that's because God knows why. Oh, because we're calling deferred when we load the game. Okay. Hang on. Okay, when we reset this... Okay. When we do the global stuff, reset state or load game, we actually have to do this first, reload the current scene, then load sync, I think. Okay, so we call Raziah follow, good. And then global load game user run test. And you know what? I just had a great idea. Because this is specifically for debugging, what if I just make it so that it just does bus path? Oh wait, hang on. Okay, so load sync is now causing issues again. What if I just reset the state? I don't want to bother with that. Okay. So yeah, the issue is I still need the ability to load that. So what I could do, so when we spawn, when we deserialize, I think what I should do is I should just call deferred here. So we wait 1 frame. We don't need this anymore. I'm pretty confident that that doesn't happen. And we don't even really need this because the whole bug now is just global load game run test. Okay, so it's still causing issues even though the scene should exist by now. We need something other than, Yeah, so this doesn't matter. So yeah, how do we actually like... No, issues with when we load the current scene, or when we call the function load current scene, when is the current scene actually available? Because it seems like call deferred isn't long enough, but if we call it as many times as we need to, then the game will already have been like loaded with the empty state. Because I'm trying to make it basically so that I can just load the game. And I think... What I need is actually to have a separate... So basically I need to separate loading the game state from actually applying the game state. And that's going to be... So if we did function load sync... anything that does not do anything here, we're actually just going to do active quests dot push back queue. Oh wait, no. I guess we do quest load here. Yeah, I'm trying to reload the current scene. Basically, I'm trying to load my save data and then reload the current scene. But the way that I've set this up, I need to call it exactly when the top level node enters the scene. But I think I know what I need to do. So instead of doing quest start here, we get active quest. Okay, I see what we do. For Blonde active quests. Load sync. If quest is array for queue and quests. Active quest queue equals load or quest load queue. And then what we need is function start quests. Or like init error state. Yeah, we don't need it when the node is ready, though. We need it when it's inserted, before everything else has been inserted. So I think what I need to do is basically just for queue in active quests queue dot begin. Oh wait, hang on, queue. Okay, because the big issue was I should not have been loading these here, and also when we go to NPCs, so the NPCs should also not spawn their NPCs. So what we should do instead is NPCs dot, I don't know what to do. If NPCs dot clear. Why is my auto failing? What is this? Huh? Oh, I see. Active NPCs clear. There. So what I'm going to do is active NPCs ID equals status new. Well, let's let PC equal this. And so instead of all of this stuff, so like NPC dot, oh wait, and we'll have here a function spawn all. Which means that actually our NPCs need to keep track of the path of the node separately. Which actually, or no, string. Okay, so let's have like function static function preloaded. And this is going to be scene path for p path string target world path, and then p status. Actually, no, this is just going to be info dictionary. And what we're going to do is bump the version again, because what we're going to have is scene path equals info dot scene file path, I think. Hang on. I need to actually put whatever I had here. Nope, that's not what I need. When we serialize this, we get status scene file path transform. Okay. We actually need a var transform. Why is this not? Okay. Get all this stuff. So state not declared in blah. Then we don't need that. We need no, we need let our var state equals active NPCs ID. Okay. So we need np status dot preloaded state. Okay. Status dot status equals info status dot target equals info target. Is that no wait, WP or WP. Okay. The only thing we don't have is the node. Cannot infer the type of NPC variable because the value does not have a type. Yes, it does. Oh wait, no. So what's the issue with this one? The variable status is shadowing. Oh, I see. Okay. So now we can create one of those, and then what we can do is state.node equals load file. Oh wait, no. So hopefully this is correct. Let's go back up to state. Thank you for that, Godot. Okay, so all of these should work. Transform status target. In fact, let's make this just say target instead of world path. Okay. So basically the reason I need to do this is now I can do spawn all or prepare state NPCs dot spawn all. Let's go, so now, when we go to the opulent medium, so we can load sync, but then we also global prepare states. So now this should work the way that I want it to, because what I do is I reset state, load the game, reload the current scene. That should work, hopefully. Because I think this still is called. It better be. Because if it's not entering the tree, then I don't know what it's doing. Okay, good. And that means nothing crazy going on here except for the fact... Oh yeah, we have a new game. Oh yeah, continue. Good luck to you. Wait, no. Do you want help looking? Okay. Actually, let's double check what happens here. Thank you, Godot. Okay. So that will work fine. Play. Okay. So game loads fine. So then if we did, oh wait. Okay, so let's save right here. Global save the game as user run tests. Okay. And it still doesn't work there, but now we have load game, run tests. And if it doesn't start that, okay, it starts that, good. Why is it not? So we're preparing the state, entering begin, function of p node null. Global get player. Oh, it's because now, now we actually do need to call deferred, because some of these things, when we spawn an NPC... Well, why does this work when we start... Why does this work when we reload the game from a fresh state? But it's not working here. What is the difference between these two? Because this prepare state should be being called in the exact same place. Because, yeah, now the issue is it doesn't know where the player is. If p, let's say if not p node, push error, cannot create, I don't care. It's unrecoverable. There's nothing, there's not going to be any, like, saving that. So how do we get... I'm gonna go to this. Let's start the game over. And we don't need to see this anymore, because now we know that that works. Okay, so why does the player exist here? Oh, it doesn't exist. Okay. So we should have all of the NPCs. So I think now what I can do is actually have spawn all as call deferred here. So basically when we spawn all of the NPCs, it should do that one frame later. And I'm fine with that, because the game should be fading in from black anyway. Okay, it just doesn't work again. Okay, that's fine. When we prepare the state... Oh, this is what I needed to do. Hang on. Man, what if we did, like, just, there we go. Invalid assignment of property or key focused, and that's because... Why? Why is this happening? Oh, because the NPC needs to be spawned before the quest is active. Fuck me. That's probably the whole issue. Probably doesn't even need this. We just need to spawn all the NPCs and then call the quest. Oh wait, no. That still causes the issue with the thing there. Call it one frame later still, anyway. Yeah, NPCs should be active. And then their quest is here. And then Raziah is here. And then, however, that does mean that now this area doesn't quite work the way that it's supposed to. Oh, it's because this is not working. Yeah, because the thing should be... Hang on. Save, load, state, data. So, opulent medium should not be at stage 6 when we are... Because we should... Oh wait, we do have the capacitor. It's just that it doesn't... This thing isn't persistent. Or this power thing... Is it not persistent? So if has stat active equals get stat that. Okay, so we don't need... Let's just do save load loaded. I think that's part of the issue. Okay. I'm gonna do global load game. Run tests. Okay, so we're not in the right place. We're not in the right state. Oh wait, no, we are in the right state. Okay. Oh, okay, good. I was just confused by the area. It just looked like that was the same direction. Okay. Because this is the bug that I want to test. Is the fact that she doesn't come back to us. And then if we save and quit. Okay, now at least the game loads properly there. And then... Load game, run test. Okay, so now basically the game loads. We can now have multiple game saves. Incredible. We did it, gamers. Okay, so git add star.dialog. Git add UI. Add management, journal, GD. Okay. Loading games or something. Okay. Okay, so this doesn't matter very much for me. Yeah, reloading the current scene seems to have some issue internally with freeing memory. I don't care. What I care about is, what do I care about? Figuring out why Raziah does not run to us. And let's actually go back to that run test, because every single time I've talked to her when she runs. So I want to see, is it a bug with the focus? Or is it a bug if we just like go this way and then run? Will she come back to us? Okay, she does not. And that is strange. Why is that happening? I think that must be, Oh, it's because our navigation is completed. And then we do a thing. And then we do... Okay, I see. So if we go to NPC Nav, and then we go to Complete Nav. So we should do this after we go to Idle. But before we emit the signal, I think. Yeah. Basically, okay, so that was the whole bug there. It had nothing to do with, that. But okay, and then the other bug is the fact that the thing does not load up. Oh, wait, no. Okay, now it loads up. It just doesn't, Hang on. Capacitor stat. When do we use capacitor stat? So if save load loaded. Elif save. Wait. I think we should not have this here. I don't know. I know what I want. I want the lighting controller to take care of things. So basically, if stat, toggle this. Wait, but we should have that then. So visible equals lights, process items. So we should be getting the correct value here, because the medium... Okay. Yeah, because that is that. Well, let's load at least. Global load game run test. Okay. And then if we come over to here and then we talk to her. And then she comes back to us, presumably, at some point. Isn't she gonna come back? Where'd she go? Where'd she go? Oh, she went behind us. Okay. Okay, I see. So it's because I need to just make that behavior better, of like, if she is able to get to us, she should get to us. And that should be basically here, like lead the player, no, better following, per chunk nav mesh, only teleport if we can't navigate. Okay. Okay, I will enjoy the music, but then that'll probably be almost it for today. So I think, okay, so there's no more bugs with the focus. or like the character not following us after the quest. So I think that was fixed. Was that just the tween that we created? Yeah. Then there's some pointer null stuff there. Dialogue viewer. Setting enable replies and disable replies at the wrong times. Chunk editor, bounding boxes for rooms, sometimes too large. That's going to be a firm could ship. Evaluate notifications once for each journal note. Make speaker have default font. Now we're getting into stuff that's like ancient bugs that I don't even know anymore. But okay, evaluate notifications for once for each journal note. What was the actual bug that I wanted to make sure? So we have now the ability to focus. We have the ability to load the game. Oh yeah, at startup. Oh wait, no. It is properly dark, isn't it? Okay, yeah. It's just the lighting seems... Wait, no, it isn't properly dark, because if we save and quit and then reload the game, it's going to be bright again. Isn't it? Yeah, exactly. Hang on. So why is this not working? Okay, so... Oh, wait, hang on. First of all, set that. Okay. And then what we do is we set our stuff. Okay, so lights enabled should be false. Good. Visible. And for lights. There we go. Okay, it was because I was getting that info and doing whatever I was doing with that before or after applying the stats. Okay, so now we have the ability to shut down the power, and it does all sorts of spooky things. It's all scary, as you can see. And then we can talk to Raziah. And I actually still do need, whatever, temporary, like, points of interest, basically, that you can walk up to, but I think it'll be on the player, and then the character will just have a little notification above their head. Okay. I should add the footsteps back. That'd be a nice little change of pace from code-heavy stuff. But okay. Fixed lights. I don't know. What did we even do? Okay, yeah. Fixed that bug. Some fixes. Okay. Base mesh. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to re-add our animation track. Hopefully I can figure out how to add those. Because basically I want, for example, let's go to run. That'd be movement core. So I wonder if I can add tracks even. Animation belongs to an imported scene. Okay, hang on. So that should be movement core. I know how it is. I think characters, Jackie, anim. Okay. Isn't there some sort of action I can do to, like, set animation save paths for everything? Okay. Good, okay. They did add this. But okay, now I should be able to actually edit these animations, I think. So if we go here, okay, good. I mean, this error is still here, even though we can actually save them. But okay. Let's make sure that this works, so I'm just going to do call method track. Oh, wait. Where do we put this on? Is it here? Step? Okay. Okay. Boom. 0.64, let's say. And here we're going to do true. Oh, wait, no. Step. Here we do true. Okay, so let's see if that works, and hopefully that also saves. But okay. Now, it's always something new. It's always something new. How is this not looping anymore? Okay, hang on. Did I break walking, for example? Like, why is this one no longer working? Like, all of these should be looped. What the fuck is going on? Video games are so bad. Okay. At the very least, we could... No, but that's not gonna be... Hang on. What's the issue with all of these? Why aren't they looping properly? Okay, first of all of these need to have keep custom tracks on. That's why I had them saved. Why the fuck does it not keep all of the custom tracks? Like, why is this a thing that's not on by default? Literally, who was like, yes, I want Godot to automatically delete my work. And why did it automatically remove the loop suffixes? Like, why is this here? Okay, because crawling. And the fact that I also can't edit multiple things at the same time, even though you can do that in every other... whatever. I hate Godot so much. I hate Godot so goddamn much. Okay, so ledge grabbing it is not a thing. Ledge loop. Rolling does not loop. Roll fall loops. Okay, so that one node already had it. Okay, the footsteps better still be there. Okay, good. So now we're starting to get the game back together. Okay, let's go to probably walking, I would assume, is our next order of business. Let's do crawling. So where do we put... I'm going to put them in basically the same place. So like 0.12 basically. Okay, but now hopefully it actually does work. I mean, it still says it doesn't work, but it should work. I think they just never bothered ever fixing that. But okay, we're gonna move that, and then 0.64 was the... Are these really different speeds? What? I didn't realize, I thought I set these to be, like, properly, like, nah, whatever. It's Godot's fault somehow. I do not know how these are not the same speed as the running animations, because I'm pretty sure that was literally required for them to synchronize. Oh wait, they don't synchronize. I forgot that I don't care. Like, they just transition from one state to the other. Okay, but walking does actually play at exactly the same frame rate. So we'd basically just put this here. And if we put these at basically the same time, I have a system in place so that they don't, like, duplicate sounds. Okay, good. And then 0.65 for 4, whatever it is. Okay. How are these ones synchronized? So that one's that one's that. Okay. Go back to walk. So is this... Okay, yeah, these are exactly the same times. Ish. Well, probably literally exactly, because it's doing a loading point, whatever. So really for walking, we'd want to, like, blend between, like, a low walking noise. But okay. Crawling is... Hang on. Let's go back to my thing. Animove core. Crawling. It says loop right there. I saw it. So why is it not looping? Why is it not looping? I pressed the make the fucking thing loop button. Okay, let's see if climbing broke. Okay, so nothing else broke, but I also haven't set those to be slightly different. Okay, so it's fun to know that I'll have to just basically, like, specify in, like, 3 separate places that an animation loops in order to make it loop. That's okay. I'm only a little mad. But it's nice to be back. This is what I was missing by only doing streams once a week. By only doing, like, game design doc streams. Don't you agree, Raziah? Wasn't I supposed to, like, have a blinking system? Okay, there we go. Okay, so we both blink still. I am noticing, perhaps, that the idle is also not looping still. I hate this video game so much. Oh yeah, that one works. Okay. Roll fall works, that's fine. Yeah, God forbid, like, I press the, like, make the thing loop button, and then it loops. I'm enraged. This isn't even a thing that's supposed to be here. And we no longer need the 0, 0 reset on all of these. But oh well. I'm having a staring contest, and we're both losing. Neither of us really know how to do a staring contest. It's just kind of a vibe. But okay. Yeah. Phew, okay. I'm gonna call that done. Because we've done a good stream today, 5.5 hours. Next, I want to sort of start bringing back the normal, or the level design that I've already made for this area. Or, I guess, start thinking more about how to do the level that I really want to do. Because the gimmick of the opulent medium is going to be that... Oh, what the heck is... Okay, I don't care about that. That's fine. It'll work eventually. I'll be back on Sunday with At the Ends of Eras, but Wednesday with Kitty Found a Camera. And yeah, hopefully Kitty Found a Camera will start wrapping up in the next few months. And then I'll probably prioritize At the Ends of Eras full-time for a little bit, and then make another project that I do like on the back burner or something like that. Because yeah, I think I've finally gotten over the hump with At the Ends of Eras. Well, I've gotten over the most recent hump. There will be new humps in the future. But okay. Thank you for watching. See you later.